Namaskar, good morning, good day. This is Engineer Suraj Singh into PE, India, C Engineer Bharat, India, 14th April 2020, located at Faridabad, NCR, Bharat, India, addressing my friends all over the world regarding everyday issue, current issue, COVID-19, SARS-2, G614, D614G, and economic situation of world and Bharat, as well as various miscellaneous issues, management, quality, and contracts. Engineers and public must understand about all these issues. They know about COVID, they know about this issue of virus, SARS-2, COVID-19. I'm not a doctor, but general safety understanding is a must for everybody. Suraj Singh here to my friends. It's early morning, I know, but there is no other way. I have to get up morning every day to talk to you people. Maybe you are sleeping, I know, but no problem. I have to see my schedule. Early morning, it's better in every respect because it is essential that we have to be careful about everything, save time in this situation when whole world is facing this SARS-2 COVID-19 and with its many complications. It's not question of being happy or sad. Question is question of being aware. We have to be aware in every respect. We have to make sure that we are safe first of all, and this safety is undefined actually. I I was happy that people started saying that pollution is getting worse. I mean to say, sky is getting cleaned, rivers are getting cleaned due to no use of these natural resources for many weeks. But I find now again roads are busy by cars and by trucks, scooters, motorcycles, and situation is gradually moving towards same effect as it was before. I don't think it will give benefit to someone. Even France, Italy, and many other countries requested their people to go to office by cycles. They started cycle tracks also. Of course, they have provision on roads of cycle tracks. They mark that, did everything. Still, people are not clear about anything. It's not here everywhere. People are so anxious about living comforts that it cannot be explained. When some confectioner, or we call halwai in our language, one who cooks your sweets or desserts or like that, one samosa item, we got information is the shop open started selling samosa after frying them, and there was a long queue to buy samosas, and there was a long queue to buy whiskey bottles. I'm sorry. So weak we are. Are we so weak human that we are so hungry that we could not take this item for 2 months? We take it now. I couldn't drive my car for 2 months. I had to drive it now, whether or not I need it. It really means childish behavior. You are living for these comforts. You are anxious to enjoy life at risk of what? At risk of your life. You want to enjoy life at risk of pollution, at risk of crowding roads, COVID, this virus, as World Health Organization now says, maybe forever or maybe for few years. Nobody knows. 5 years, 10 years. But my prediction is, according to my calculations, which I do according to my knowledge, my exponential knowledge of soul materials, is that it's going to stay on upward movement until 2024, and then in 2025 there's some stability around, and then it will be on down curve up to 2029. This is my foolish, you can say, foolish prediction. It's a free precast, I mean say forecast. I'm not astrologer, but based on based on my calculations of world calendar, Gregorian calendar is 111. It means year is one, and day is one, and month is one. Based on that, I say year 19 to 24 being a critical period, while down to that this will be a little control. So don't expect that next month it will go or other months will go. This is to and fro. This is to and fro motion of this drama of COVID-19. This is a big game changer. It has come here to change whole world. That's confirmed. It's not so simple as people were expecting it to be simple. Even in country like China, which claimed that China has controlled it, China has done this. Again, Julian town, Julian city, they have locked down partly yesterday evening news. This means it is very big player. It is very big player, very big player. We can't simply say it is gone, and and now whatever news about statistics coming in, how many died and how many, it got no meaning because it's going unlimitedly. Only those information is coming which is known to records, known it is registered on record. What about else? So we can't say statistics is reliable. In our country, India, it's more than 100,000. I know, information is coming in. So you may say that with now it may be 5 million, 6 million all over the world have infected, but problem is not infection, problems of death and recovery. Death is not very high rate, we cannot say it's very high, it's considerably high. Recovery is commendable, but what level of recovery? Question is that. Is it can guarantee that it's recovered forever? I don't think so. Well, WHO says something which cannot be taken for granted. We have to be serious about that. When WHO says that, don't worry, it's not gone, don't be happy, means don't think that it's gone. It's your friend now, it's your guest now, and will stay here on this means that it's clear indication it's not going to end soon, and it's also indication that our scientists, our engineers all over the world, sorry, scientists and doctors all over the world are not sure about what it is. Had they been sure about what it is, they would have declared statement. And even if there's a vaccine on this, I don't think it will work because of 34, you know, mutations recorded so far, from not even 14 or 15, 34 mutations recorded so far. This means this is going to work. I trap you this week and now. And remember, when you feel something is going out, it's a big problem at that time. It's not going out, it's going in, actually, it's coming in. Now, whole world television, I know, is been in not of lockdown. All countries are turning to open market. It's not bad open market. There's no other way out. You have to open one day. You cannot wait for years. And whatever lockdown, we have not been successful. In fact, we just see lockdown did not work per requirement or per expectations. They have failed. Lockdown didn't work. And when lockdown will work, so leave it to them and just take precautionary measures, whatever you do every day. But do not be fed up, do not be nervous, have confidence in life. Again, I am telling, all those. Be honest. This is action against dishonesty. I can confirm by my will, by my mind, by my conscience. This is action by God against those who are dishonest. This is action by God against those who are criminals, criminal in sense of robbing nations. This is action against those who have abused natural resources. This is action against those who polluted air. This is action against those who polluted water bodies. This is action against all those who are in eyes of God criminals. What God says, I have no time for you people. You're 8 billion people. You're 95% dishonest people. You're 95% just come to me to pray, to demand something from me, and not to think of me, not to visit me, but to demand, give me this, give me that. This is action against God's fed up. I understand. I understand superpower, supreme power of universe is fed up with our community of earth. I am calling community of earth. It involves all. We are in general dishonest. There was a time when some used to be dishonest or rich used to be dishonest. But now almost all people who have monies, you can say, who are riches, who are higher middle class and upper classes, and all this political community, all these are dishonest, avaricious, greedy, full of greed. They start thinking after coming to seats that it is their seat, these are their seats. They forget that this is world, your traveler here, your passenger here. They forget that. But God doesn't forget. You think God is my servant or your servant? He will also keep records of my bad or my good. Means when everybody is doing bad, 90% people are not thinking of others. God is not my servant or your servant. God is angry. Angry for what? Angry for wealth. Earth has, you have destroyed. Angry for what? Angry for human being. Your human is killing human. Human is killing human. All day, wars and wars and wars. One big country wants to capture other country, invade other country. One who comes to power, he wants to remain in power. Means you want to remain in power, you don't want to serve people. If you want to serve people, there is no need of power, you can serve otherwise. But because you want to be power, and once you get power, you cannot think to leave that power. And by chance, if you are pushed out of that power, you feel disappointed throughout life. Forget, change the change. Everybody cannot be in power always. And it's not necessarily those who are not in power cannot come to power. If God wants, everything can be changed, and it has changed. Who thought of that there will be roads without cars? Who thought of there will be schools without students? Who thought there will be flights without passengers? Who thought there will be buses without travelers? Nobody thought. Who thought all will stay indoors with their families? Who thought all that? Nobody thought. But this happened. It happened naturally. Circumstances were built by God in a manner that you have to come to terms. And now, when you came to terms, these people want to break those terms. And who are these people? These people are only interested in economy. All over the world, they are not now worried about deaths, about this virus impact. They are just worried about within required measures, within proposed measures or safety measures. We have to continue and strengthen economy, which we have lost. It's just a matter of 2 or 3 months that they have lost everything. You can't digest a loss of 2 or 3 months. You think God accept everything, God digests everything for you? Just think that way. God is not my associate or your associate. God is our master. God is our parent. And if parents see kids are bad, kids are naughty, what parents do you know very well? Shall parents love you? You decide. If you are naughty, either they teach you, and if you don't learn one time, second time, then they shall certainly act against you. Parents shall beat you, and particularly father shall beat you. Maybe mother do not beat you. Mothers do not beat, father beat you. Certainly beat you in a way to set you right from your wrong path. This virus is not an ordinary virus, it's confirmed. This virus is a medium only. Actually, virus is nothing in fact. Virus is nothing, it's just a diversion. Another virus is there which is known as Saul. Active Saul, dynamic Saul are going to enter bodies, act, and then come out. You may believe or you may not believe, but I believe. I believe unknown system. I believe secrecy, what is there, and I met them actually. I met them in my visions, in my dreams, and I know them. Many of them are with me all time. Many of them in my home. I always enjoy friendship with them. You may laugh. You may say, what, this person is mad? Yes, you are right. I am mad. You are mad until people don't understand. I understand this. I haven't. When you can say there is electron, so I can say there is proton, there is neutron. Same way, you don't accept this. And I have no, aim that you should accept this. I have no happiness there because I know you cannot accept this. It's not so easy to be accepted. You should have brilliance about that. Your mind should be of that level which can accept this. It's just like a doctor who treats a patient, who's a neurologist, who knows what is element in mind, what is structure of mind, but that does not understand how mind works. They may say energies. Okay. Energies, from where energies come, how they accumulate, how person comes to world, how this respiration works forever. This point doctors and scientists cannot answer. So I'm not blaming them. This is what they learned. This is their program, professional program. But there is a professional program. It's above all professions, and that is Saul. Soul. Saul. Saul cannot be seen by everybody. It cannot be seen physically, just like electric electron flow cannot be seen physically. It can be used for appliances working. Similarly, my body is an appliance. Your body is an appliance, living appliance which is motivated, which is energized by the power of Saul. It do not consider, first of all, that I'm talking, I'm preaching something. I have no intention to preach anything. Just I'm talking logically. That's what I'm saying. When I remember something, my memory works. This means my soul works. If you just go to your first standard or 3 years or 4 years when you remember. How do you remember? Because there is something inside you, something in your mind which immediately works. So when I remember this means there is something working around. And sometimes we don't know what we saw. And we say, I saw so that this dream, where I was there, I was some sadhu or something criminal. This means I try to go to my past, last births. Maybe I see my file. I'm not trying to tell you believe what I'm saying. I'm just trying to refer it, how it works. So therefore, do not be exclusive that we can control everything. We are no one to control everything. God is there who knows everything, and that God wants to preserve this earth because it was constructed by God, including complete solar system. So God wants to save its property from hands of those children who do not value property. If your parent will to you something or give to you some in writing, this is your ownership, this your ownership, and this all siblings are given ownership. And your father was very rich, your mother was very rich. You are now that much rich that you don't need work, but you want to enjoy life, you want to sleep, you get a bottle of whiskey or something else and enjoy life only and do nothing else with that property. You go on reducing its value, and your father will be very angry with that. You are not working hard, you are not trying to preserve this, you are not maintaining this, and you are going to destruct it soon, and your father can't do anything because your father has left for his heavenly abode, and you are watching you from there, but he has helped us to do things. So the same states God is. God gave us this and we destroyed it, we have used it, result is here. So certainly parents will do something. So God is doing it. So you can't go against, you can't oppose God, you can't control what God is doing. God is God, Father is Father, and Mother is Mother. You are their children, so you act like child. Don't rebel, and if you rebel, you'll face consequences of fine music or unfine music. You have to see that. I am not follower of any religion, to be very frank. I don't believe in physical religion. I believe in mental religion. I believe in spiritual religion. I believe in what's fact. If there is no power, I can't speak, I can't talk, I can't walk, I can't eat. That power is giving me everything. So I am a machine using that power. I am a robot, in fact, in that way. I'm a robot. What way God wants to drive me drives me, and it applies to all. But you think more than what you are. If you want to get more than what you are qualified for, no, God won't give. God doesn't want to take risks. Yes, God tries to train you high for higher level. If you are trained, if you have approved examination, you qualify that, you certainly get a position. For me, you may say, because I did not get grapes, I am saying this or no. These positions of politics do not mean anything. So I'm not concerned with politics, I'm concerned with God's earth. I belong to earth, earth belongs to me until I am here. I'm not on earth, but I'm using this earth until I travel on this journey on earth. Of course, I am a member of Society of World. I'm not saying Society of Bharat or India only. I am a member of 8 billion people. All of them. You are also one of them. It's duty of every citizen of world, every every member of world community to take care of earth, to take care of solar system, to take care of air, to take care of all resources we have. These resources are not for fighting. If those who think I am powerful, you listen to me or I'll kill you. This happened with Saddam Hussein, this happened with Gaddafi, this happened with so many others. Means they decide who we are. Who are they to decide? Question is that all are equal. And if someone says, oh, I am bigger to you and I will teach lesson to everyone on this earth, God certainly comes. God certainly comes. Because you are going against program of God, against the scheme of God, and God says, live with peace, live in peace. Whenever there was no peace, God came and destroyed everybody who was not good one for God. Mahabharata happened, Ramayana happened, and many other instances happened. I'm not referring them as evidences. I'm just trying to say, if we believe it, God works, this act of God. And God is God. Human is human. You may have any position on earth, it doesn't mean anything. Until you serve society, until you serve people, this position is given to you to help people, to help everybody, to raise their standards of living, and to help preservation of natural sources, natural resources. This is what condition of God is. But if you want to destroy each other using your mind in bad way, you are just interested in nuclear war, or you are interested in go to Mars and live there or go to moon live there. That has got no relation to Earth. You are not able to contain this Earth and you want to go to moon or Mars, sun. You are a mad boy, mad girl. I would simply say. Even today, we do not know what is in sea, what is in ocean. But we have been successful in extracting oil from there, and we have done that. No use. No use. Every country is thinking of economy. Think of economy, but think of preservation first. Economy doesn't mean money. I again and again say, economy doesn't mean money or wealth. That is output. That is product of economy, but that is not exclusive economy. Economy is big one. Economy means earth value. Economy means earth value. Every economist must understand it's not simply macroeconomy, but earth wealth economy. And you have no right to use earth money your way. It's like in a country there is a central bank that controls financial flows. It is earth bank which gives everything to you. Surface of earth gives you food and structure of earth gives you material for development, but you cannot take everything one time. It is forever. It takes time for radioactivity of materials. It takes lot time. Every material, every element, every metal is radioactive, you know. So it takes time for changes from one form to other form. Just like it happened to fossil fuels, which took years and thousands and thousands of years to convert from fossils to fuel in form of crude oil, shale, and we extract that from offshore platforms by rigging to sea bottom or ocean bottom, and we use that material for making ourselves petrol and diesel and LPG and all that. That is God's product. It's not our product. Therefore, we have to be serious about this. God wants to preserve, believe me, you preserve this earth, no COVID would come. Preserve it. It's not easy because we have become very, very greedy, avaricious humans on earth, and for what it is, we even do not know. We should respect God, we respect material, we should not destroy earth, we should respect it, we should eat only that we can digest. We should depend upon food, on agriculture, but we are exploiting everything. So your teacher, your jailer, your trainer to earth has come in form of SARS-2, COVID-19 or similar other. Be careful. Your trainer is available and you have to stop dishonesty. You have to stop criminality or else you have to face consequences. You till now that force was not available. It was sleeping or watching you remotely. Now it is available. So you have to be careful. If you do not do all that, you will certainly be forced to do that or you'll be removed from this earth. Because for this power, for this jailer, your life or your death got no meaning. You may be president of USA or you may be anybody. For this jailer, all these do not mean anything. I heard that I heard that our our country is big one, India, Bharat, and we should be having pride about that. It's not because of politics, it's because of our location and our innocent people who are no more innocent now, half of them not innocent now. When you start having higher value of greed in your mind, you are not innocent. Actually, one point is that we need food, shelter, etc., etc. But when we start needing everything for no use, I want to store in my home everything I don't need today. Now, what's the purpose of the storing? No purpose. But everybody stores. That's where we mistake. It's idealistic talk, of course it's idealistic, but it's realistic also. Tell me if you have 10 houses. Just imagine you have 10 houses. At your death, what shall happen to that? Your your children, your relatives shall eat that. Immediately you die, you got no relation to that wealth. So what is purpose of that? If you have made that wealth only for others, what was purpose of your life then? Just to accumulate wealth? If that was purpose of your life, then you do not know what life is. Now I am calling myself worker. I am worker. Everybody is worker. Even you are president, you are worker. Everybody has different type of work. Some is working using mind, some works using physical body, physical strength, and some work for nothing. They work nothing, just enjoy life. Everybody has got no luck to enjoy life, and everybody has got luck to work. Those who work and make their luck, they are best friend of God. Best friends, they are the God. God likes those who work. Not because of money, because of achievements. Money is second criteria. You think Bhagwan Ram did not know what where Sita was? He knows, he knew everything, but yet he dramatized it. You think Krishna did not know about results and what would happen? He knew everything, but he just dramatized this. Because it was their plot only, whatever they did. Same thing they want us to do. Do not expect something just for sake of wealth. I am doing this because I'll get this much. Come out of money consideration alone. Come out of the complexity of money and economic consideration. Economy is one part of life, but not all part of life. Purpose for which you are even sent here, the scope of your life is to improve this earth. But if you can't improve that, then you have no purpose. Your life is purposeless. You have not done your job for which you are sent here. That's very important point. Money is second criteria. Goal is first criteria. God wants you to contribute to this earth, not to destroy and deteriorate this earth. You use excessive everything, you shall be impacted upon everything. Why? It's just like that. You take heavy food more than your capacity. You want stand and you want to sleep. And even when you get up, you feel hungry. This means there is a limit to everything. You need necessities of life at what cost? You want everything in one day at what cost? You just don't forget that it takes 18 years or 20 years for human being to develop, or 25 years to have education total, good education. Mind is very powerful, we say, but even mind takes that much time to let you help it, to help yourself. If you want, use this mind for specific purpose, not for only general purpose. For general purpose, there is no problem. You eat and live for that. It doesn't need anything. But you want to utilize mind for some specific purpose. You have to achieve training. You have to achieve. You have to get training and get some education, or you can say some knowledge. Then your mind works. So it's not in one day. It takes years, 12 years schooling, 12 years of schooling, and then 5 years or 3 years your university. Only then you can say, yes, I know this much. And that's only mind, on a very small level. Then you have to be a higher level and higher level. And then in life, you learn all time. So if your mind being so powerful, it takes so many years to learn something. Why do you want to get everything in one day? I have seen people just interested in money, not the knowledge. And it happens now, particularly in this generation. People are interested only in vaccination production and not in something else. They think if they get vaccine, they will stop this problem. They will contain this problem. They are mistaken. Remember, when you are behind everything just to get something, you will never get it. You will never get it because power is working. For that power, just to create one point for you as a problem is nothing. It can create many as such points. We have to be good people, we have to have good mind, good people, good conduct we have to do, and we have to help those who need our help. And we are not helping them. We are not helping them. There are many instances in the world that's happening. Just for sake of land, people are being cut off. What's happening in Yemen? What's happening in Palestine? What happened in Iraq? What happened in Libya? And what happened in all over the world? Always there is reaction to every action. This is a principle. If you start something, you abuse poor. When that poor is angry, that will certainly retaliate. We are not respecting poor. And remember, every nation that doesn't respect poor can never thrive. We have current situation of our engineering workers, engineering industrialist workers who are called migrants. They are on reverse migration. Why they are on reverse migration to their villages? Because we failed to help them. We failed to help them. We did not consider even human being, and now also in provisions of money budget, we did not consider them anything. We did not consider them any allowance. We did not include in budget. We are now even so merciful that we can give at least 10,000 for every worker. Take this 10,000 and stay for 2 3 months, reside here and wait for job. That did not happen. These people are angry. Being poor, they could walk a lot distance. Hundreds of kilometers they walked and reaching their home. Some are reached, some not reached. This we are not taking care. We are not caretaking society. Money is money. It's only value. But trust is another money. It's no, it's every value. That trust winning is more important than all this we are done. Just take internationally. Israel wants to win over Palestine. Israel thinks it is his right, it's its right. This is wrong. You are killing poor people. You are killing children. You are killing innocent people. And you want to grab their land. This is justice, you think? You decide your justice. It happened everywhere like that. We think we are on earth. We think we are God. But remember, every time there will be COVID-19, COVID-20, COVID-21 like that. If you do not come to terms, don't forget this earth does not exclusively is yours. This earth belongs to everybody for or during travel on earth. All human beings, all other creatures have right on this earth. And you want to divide some people of their rights, so you are a criminal people. You are a criminal person, whoever you may be, howsoever big you may be. Your sin is going into register of God. But God is now on earth itself, is traveling and teaching everybody. So you need not go there. That God shall provide justice here itself. Still, God is warning. God has not only killed about 2 or 3% of those infected. It's not killed everybody because it's just a warning you, improve your conduct, come to lines, come to what I expect you to do for me. No, we do not accept that. Very regretful, very regretful. It's not that I'm speaking this, it's coming out of my mind without any thought. We are thinking of economic reinstatement, economic living, but we are not considering those people who are responsible for this. Who work everywhere, those people have been forgotten, and we want to improve everything, which is not possible. Our politicians are drunk, they are drug addicts, to be everywhere it's like that. If you talk of some US politician, if you talk of our politician, if you talk of some of the politicians who are not sensible at all, they talk like this. Unfortunately, when God works, our work got no meaning at all, simple speaking. In our country, these workers have been treated as if they are not human beings and nobody is serious about them, unfortunately. Now, because this virus is out of control, it's coming all time, it's going all time. We feel that. But remember, it's not gone anywhere. It's all time here and it will remain here for many years to come. Many years to come. Do not think you have won over this. If you think that, you will be considered fool because you cannot win over act of God. To be very frank, this virus is just an imagination. Just an imagination. Actually, there is no virus. This is not virus. This is naughty Saul. Naughty Saul. And Saul, you know how does it act? It acts within fraction of a second into your body and destabilizes you. It's that. Your task, your this, your that are relative only, not original, not natural. We should understand that. Atmas are here on earth, souls are here on earth. They have been given charge of earth to teach lessons to everyone, to examine file of everyone and see what they can do. And you find those who are good people, reset their compass, reset their time scale, so that at least world moves forward. And those who are out of control, you leave a word for them. You will see how it works. Well, I'm not going into imaginations, no need. I just find to share my views with you every day because when the whole world is in turmoil, whole world is in turmoil, you have to some mental oil to lubricate your stress so that you don't feel pain of that. To be very frank, in my dreams also, I am always viewing such scenes of this virus and I can't sleep. Though I know direct connection with that, my age is also not that low that I have to wait for another 30 years. No, I don't like that. Yet seriousness is an issue. I don't understand how many people are serious or covered or threatened, but not demonstrating any responsibility towards this. When people don't care for pollution, this means they are not interested in anything. Unfortunately, we don't have reasonable governments all over the world to whom we can say, yes, this is a government. Today, there is no one as such. No one. In our country, we are not even responsible for these workers, unfortunately. It should not happen. We are responsible society. We should have taken care of these people. No, we did nothing for them. We did nothing for them. And you expect your industrialization? Forget it. You will miss everything. These people do not expect much from public. They do not expect crores of Arabs. They expect only food. And we could not provide food just for 2 or 3 months. What sort of society we are? When we use them, we have used them to take their services at cheap cost, and we leave them when there's emergency. When they seek our help, we leave them. This kind of country can never move forward. Can never forward. Unfortunately, it is. Now coming to other points, because these points won't never stop. I want you to talk only for 5-10 minutes, but it's taken already about 45 minutes. So I did extra ninja on this. Now talking about system of contract quality, contract management, contracts and all that. Contract हिंदी में ठेका समझना. You have to understand it first. Explain many times, many times, many times. Don't take it easy. Don't take it easy. It's not that easy, but it's also not that difficult. It's also not that difficult. We sign a contract that we want to do something together in some capacity, and that should be based on quality arrangements, not like just because what is in the mind of someone. It should be based on certain standards of our making, not of others making. We say contract, and when we say contract means we say shake hands, right? Though these days shake hand is prohibited, you know, but shake hand actually we club together. We say we club together this way that we are together to do something together and achieve our scope destiny. We have to define what we together should do. That's the contract. When I sign some employment contract with some company, I am given some position. This is your title. This is your salary. This is your job. This is your working hour. And this and that and this and that. Whatever is there. So we both agree. And I get an appointment letter, employment contract. These are terms and conditions. Till you work with me, and when you are not interested to work with me, you have to give me 1 month notice. Or if you want to terminate yourself, you have to give me 1 month notice or 2 month notice, whatever is there standard. What is that? That is a contract. That is simple. It's called employment contract. There are two parties on that. Employee is second party and employer is party number one. That is a contract. We say I am doing service, I am doing job. We say only two. But I'm not saying that we say I'm a contractor. In fact, this is a contract. 1 year contract, 2 year contract, renewable or not renewable. So same thing as all other contracts. It may be service contract, it may be construction contract, it may be design contract, or it may be journey contract, whatever sort of contract it is. That both parties want to move together on various tracking designs. You know, when you are moving together on a track without any disturbance, without one party coming behind or one party leaving behind or coming ahead, there are possibilities, but contract remains contract. We have to understand that, and this has to be done under certain laws, some regulations. Contract language should be clear, it should be very well defined, and when there we feel there's you know unclear paragraph or unclear clause or section, it should be expressly defined or clarified to to remove ambiguities on contract. Undefined contract means nothing actually, which cannot be implemented is also means nothing. A contract must be qualified, must be having certain kind of language or provisions that makes it useful. If you don't term well, if you don't define scope of work, if you don't define consideration, if you don't define what attachments or attributes are these, what references are these, then you cannot work. And when you cannot work, how can it be contract? It can't be contract. Contract means something should be achieved. Simple. It's not just because whatever happens we will see. No, that is not this. Contract means concrete decision, concrete result. That is contract. It should be logical, it should be legal, it should be accepted by law, it should be accepted as evidence, it should be accepted as such everywhere. That is contract. And it should be performed in required way. You cannot simply assume, okay, if it's not performed, we'll perform now. No, you cannot perform now because every contract has time limit. That time limit is important, and quality of performance is important, and quality of contract is important. And then cost is important because there is consideration. If you do not fulfill these 3 points, what is time, what is quality, what is value, then it doesn't mean anything. It does not mean anything in contract language. It should be well documented, it should be well defined in professional way, and it should be independent of both parties. There should be no favor to someone, and it should be clear that both parties understand using their mind and hearts, and this contract is without any fear or without any threat or without any torture or without any twisting. Contract is that. But is it possible? Yes, it is possible. If we are honest, this is possible. If you are determined, this is possible. If you are professional, this is possible. Yes, if you are nothing, then this is not possible. This is not possible. Contracts are used everywhere in life, in all countries. It's not specific for this country or that country. It's for all countries. Therefore, we should value differently. I am particularly interested in this because of my professional requirements. Professional requirement means my profession is say civil engineering, and civil engineering means you have certain project. It may be design project, it may be construction project, it may be maintenance project, or it may be whatever type. No. Sorry. And when there's a project involving many disciplines of engineering, it's a kind say you may say it's a kind of general contract. They say general contracting. People write general contracting. General in a way that you can take we can get into contracts which involve many disciplines. Of course, not in major way, in interconnecting way, in a way that you you produce something which is self-serving, which is self-moving, and once you do it, you do not need to back on that to train that again. Means these are concrete based solid projects have solid scope of work, solid designs, and solid performance. These projects, when delivered, should be called professional projects, not simply projects. Professional here I mean well developed by those who have professional knowledge and not just developed and delivered because of sake of delivery. When I say project, it means well destined work, a work which is going to be used for certain specific purpose. Whatever purpose, it should be written, and what value it is, it should be written, and what for it is will be used, it shall be accordingly valued. And projects are not only building projects, every kinds of projects, building, irrigation, public health, roads, railways, bridges, and all that which come in public use, airport, residential buildings, commercial buildings, township, hospital, theaters, cinemas, whatever, city building, urbanization, all, and particularly civil engineering. Name itself is civil, means you have to work for public. When I say civil, it means it imports public into it. That's why civil means particularly civil people have to stay with nature according to requirement of profession. I have to stay with nature during my whole life. Whole life in a way, when I am a civil engineer means it is certain that I am a site person, coastal site person. That is certain. If I am not site person, then I am not a civil engineer. Yes, I can be design engineer, planning engineer, safety engineer, quality engineer, or whatever other engineer, coordination engineer can be. But as far as engineer is concerned here, because generally in these occupations, civil engineers are required. Civil engineers these days have no patience. They don't want to learn. They don't want to come to depth. Unfortunately, because whole community is that now, not civil alone, all communities. But civil engineer has a specialty that it's open-minded, open talker. This is different. No other engineer in true spirit can equal civil engineer. A civil engineer who has delivered many projects, many in life, conduct of that person is very different. because that person never weeps. That person never weeps. I have not seen civil engineers weeping even when they are in deserts, in isolation from their families, and for years together they work there. They work there with many nationalities, many other types of people, which they enjoy during their job, assignment, tenure, without considering tobacco for them. Now, it's a question now, big question, how do we manage this? Contract business and civil engineering. As far as civil engineering concerned, I should say common sense engineering. Common sense in a say you can use common sense only when you have experience of engineering or work. Your experience is your teacher. Your education is your strength, and performance on projects is your ability. I do not think that even after working for around, I started 83, 81, 81, 81 to 2000, it's 19 years or 20 years, and this signing, no, yes. So I have more than 35 years experience or more probably. And there are many engineers like that who have enough experience in field. Yes, I am not expert designer, I agree. I am not expert planner, I agree. In fact, to be very speaking, I'm not expert. Expert is something else. I don't know what's the meaning of expert in actually in life. What is expert is? Expert of what? There are many people who think by having certifications of a postgraduate or doctorate, you are experienced or you're higher. You may think that, but whosoever pays you, whosoever pays you and for your services, what is that payment, for what it is made, that you know it. It's available on records as well as on roads level. If you talk of contracts, ठेकेदारी, in our country it may be different consideration, different view of that. But when I say I'm in an international arena, I'm just a field, I have a pride to call my subcontracting staff, because contracting staff or contracting people only shall deliver something which is your plan. Government plans and departments plan, budgets are cleared, budgets are given to those projects and projects move. Though government is not involved these days in many projects, in many technologies, they believe in contractorship. Well, sorry, I have digestion problem. Till now, I was talking about standard format of contract, standard, standard contract data or standard contract format. Contract is a format of conditions, a book of conditions that is valid one, and that is a publication of FIDIC. Publication of FIDIC. It is. It's not very, you can say, very unauthentic. It's formal. It's authentic, and it is known as FIDIC book. or it's called FIDIC contract. FIDIC, Federal International Engineers. Sorry. This is not new. All of you know, and particularly those who are in engineering, they know about this. Again, knowing is one thing. I know many things. I say I know the Constitution of India. I know this law and I know that law. Knowing is one thing, but knowing further and further and further is another thing. It's not question of pride or boasting, question of understanding what it works, how it works. If you understand our constitution, this constitution of India, Bharat, one thing that you understand on the cover page, or you understand on the preambles, or you understand articles and everything. That's up to you. Because this is not mandatory, though it should be mandatory, but it is not. It doesn't mean we should know it or we should not know it. It's up to an individual. Similarly, you should know FIDIC or you should know it. That's up to you. I'm going to force you. There's no meaning of force. If you want to do something, you do because you like it. And if you don't like it, don't do it. Because when you don't have interest in something, certainly you will not like it. Better don't waste your time. And I know many people are interested, many not interested. Even then, there are people in the world who are interested. That's why this document is existing. If they had been disturbed, they would not be. If they have not, they were not interested. Would not have come. This document would have come. It's come up because people are interested. So I want to use your interest here because everybody cannot be contacted. Everybody. I'm not expert. I'm just an ordinary engineer. Though I have certifications of international professional engineer or chartered engineer or fellowship of one institution. That's only based on my data I submit to and get passed in examination and in you know in whatever way my data is used. So I understand. Just like in qualification is nothing if it's not properly used. So everything in life, we should be clear in our approach. Easy, you know, easy understanding never means anything. If you understand, understand thoroughly, pragmatically. Only then it means something. And as far as contracts are concerned, this cost, these involve cost and many aspects of life. If you see contract, and everybody working in profession comes in contact every day. If you are engineering supervisor, you shall also be you should also be considered involved with contract. If you are a project manager, then you have to execute your contract. Similarly, if you are a construction manager or consultant or manager, you have to deal with these contracts. You cannot say I can't deal it. Yes, in beginning, first time you feel something, but as time moves, you grow up, you feel that these are being implemented. That's time you understand because you're implementing this and you know what are pros and cons of implementation, where there was error or is an error, and quality says that you have to record everything that you do. And if there are errors, you have to ensure why errors occurred and what are approaches to take remedial actions or measurements in future to prevent such type of lapses. It's very serious matter because your misact or your error can lead to benefit of someone else. That's also one point. Contracts, of course, are not very clear, but Everything should be clear. That's also not possible. Now I'm talking of FIDIC. FIDIC, let us see, as I said before, it's same document. Again and again I show you, and it's in fact interesting one to show you. All time I show you just because to remind you that you are living in a professional world. You are not doing any jokes on this, and that's actually very important one. This document has a cover. I'll try to show you that because without showing something, you people cannot understand. It's important to show you this document, like it's having 225 pages, and I show you this one. Condition of contracts. And there are certain definitions on this, which also must be of interest to you. And there's a time sequence on this, which also must interest to you. There's another one that's also same way, must sequence to you. And similarly, there's one or more like this. And there are so many pages of this. I'm not going to show that one. I'm going to show you. Now I'm going to talk about this. I I talked on this issue at length. Let me put 5 minutes time on. So, as far as FIDIC is concerned, I have talked to you before, and again I'm talking that it is federal, international, plus engineers councils or international federation of consulting engineers. Consulting engineers means in Arabic, I don't know what is what in English it is consulting engineers, or in Hindi it is I don't know what you call it. Uh, well, सलाहकार आप कह सकते हैं सलाहकार सलाहकार इंजीनियर जो डिजाइन की सलाह देता है जो सुपरविजन की सलाह देता है सलाहकार इस्तेशारी in Arabic. So just understand that way. International Federation of Consulting Engineers. Conditions of contract for construction. These are general conditions. Guidance for preparation of particular conditions and annexes. Forms of sequence security and forms of letter of tender, letters of acceptance, contract agreement, and dispute adjudication avoidance agreement. And then there is another page that is now this is construction contract conditions of contract for buildings and engineering works designed by employer, and this is red book of contracts. So we move further that. Then the copyright page and many other pages. I'm just moving off further from there, no need of writing, stopping there. So I move further. I want to go to index now because I repeated already. There's then here typical sequence of principal events during contracts for construction, which graphics I have showed to you. And there is another one that is typical sequence of payments events envisaged in class 14 that I have already showed to you this graphics. Typical sequence of dispute events envisaged in class 21 I will show to you, and then typical sequence of events on agreements or determination under subclause 37 scenario 1, scenario 2, scenario 3. So what are these actually sequence? I'll again show, again tell you what are these. These are, these are typical sequence of principal events during contract for construction, which I showed to you. If you wish, I can show you again, just for purpose of clarification. Otherwise, some confusion should not. I'll show you again, no problem. It's just in interest of everybody that whatever we are doing should be clear without any problem. So I'm just trying to show you again what I'm talking. So this is the one button, and it is this is what it's called. It's called in this way. This is typical sequence of principal time limits, and these are that time limits. Principal sequence of time limits. And this is time limits. Then we go to the other one, and this is payment. Typical sequence of payments. Payments. So this is that payments. And this is the another one. This is typical sequence for sequence of payment, and then it's typical sequence of dispute events in class 21. So this is dispute events. This is your dispute events. That is, then there is typical sequence of events in agreement, events in agreement or determination. This is determination events. It is having three axes. These are scenarios. So these are different modes of these events. Well, okay. Now, what we actually now this is just to show you what it was. I've shown you all these charts. Now, I just tells you that this chart again I will spell that. Number one was typical sequence of principal events during contract or construction. Then it was this is typical sequence of principal events during construction, that and there is there is you can say typical sequence of payments, events, invoices, and that is this time sequence and payment sequence, and then there is payment sequence, and then there is dispute events, and after that is events in agreement or determination. That's it. And then I say we go to index of that in general provisions, and this is where there's a water. It's important to take water sometime. I know people are not there today, no problem. If they are sleeping, let them sleep. They are very tired people. They must get rest. I'm old man. I can get up at 2 o'clock or before that. No problem. So this is general provisions, and that is in section one. It's one general provisions in which are contents, and I speak that for those who are not here before, who are not here before. This is definitions, interpretation, notices and other communications, law and language, priority of documents, contract agreement, assignment, care and supply of documents, delayed division drawings and instruments, instructions, employers' use of contractors' documents, contractors' use of employers' documents, confidentiality, compliance with laws, joint and several liability, limitation of liability, contract termination then is to this employer, right of access to site, assistance, employers, personal and other contractors, employers' financial arrangement, site data and items of reference, employer supplied materials and employers equipment. Then three is engineer. Engineer, what is an engineer's duties and authority, engineer's representation, delegation by engineer, and then engineer's instructions, replacement of engineer, agreement of determination meetings. Then contractors' general obligations, performing security, contractors' representative, contractors' documents, training, cooperation, setting out, and health and safety obligations, quality management and compliance verification system, quality management and compliance verification system, use of site data, and sufficiency of accepted contract amount, unforeseeable physical conditions, right of way and facilities, avoidance of interference, access route, transport of goods, contractors' equipment, protection of environment, temporary utilities, progress reports, security of site, contractor, contractors, operations on site, and archaeological and geological findings. Then the subcontractors and nominated subcontractors. Then staff and workers or labor, engagement of staff and labor, rates of wages and conditions of labor, then recruitment of persons, labor laws, working hours, facilities for staff and labor, health and safety of personnel, contractors, superintendents, contractors' personnel, contractors' records, disorderly conduct, key personnel. Then seven is plant, materials and workmanship. Manner of execution, samples, inspection, testing by contractor, defects and rejection, remedial work, ownership of plant and materials, royalties. 8. Commencement, delay and suspension. That is, commencement, delay and suspension. Commencement of, of works, time for completion, program, advance warning, extension of time for completion, delays caused by authorities and rate of progress, delay damages, employer suspension, and consequence of employer's suspension, payment for plant and materials, and employer's suspension. Then prolonged suspension and resumption of works. After 9, the test on completion, and that's contractor's obligations, delayed tests, retesting, failure to pass tests on completion. Then employer employers taking over is 10. Taking over of works and sections, taking over parts, interference with tests on completion, surface requiring reinstatement, and defects after taking over. This is 11. Mhm. That's good. Yes. Sorry, it's coming in voice. Defects after taking over, completion of outstanding work and remedying defects, then then cost of remedying defects. Hmm, yes, 20 years. Cost of remedying defects, extension of defects notification period, failure to remedy defects, remedy of defects, remedy of defective work offshore offsite, further tests after remedying defects, remedying of defective work of site, further tests after remedying defects, right of access after taking over, contract contractor to search performance certificate, the unfulfilled obligations, and clearance of site. Measurement and valuation, work to be measured, method of measurement, valuation of works and omissions. Then 13, variation and adjustments. Right to vary, value engineering, variation procedures, and provisional sums, day work. Adjustment for changes in law, adjustment for changes in cost. Then 14, contract price and payment. Contract price, advance payment, application for interim payment, schedule of payments, plant and materials intended for works, issue of IPC, that is intermediate or intermittent payment certificate or running certificate, or then payment and then delayed payment, release of retention money, statement at completion, final statement, and then discharge, issue of FTC, then then cessation of employer's liability and currencies of payment. Then 15, termination by employer, notice to correct, termination for contractor's default, valuation after termination for contractor's default, payment after termination of contract's default. Payment after termination for contract's default. Then termination for employer's convenience, valuation after termination for employer's convenience, payment after termination for employer's convenience. Then 16, so for suspension and termination by contractor. Separate suspension by contractor, termination by contractor, contractor's obligations after termination, and payment after termination by contractor. Then care of works and indemnities is 17. Responsibility for care of works, liability for care of works, intellectual and industrial property rights, indemnities by contractor, indemnities by employer, shared indemnities. And exceptional events, that is 18. Exceptional events. Exceptional event, notice of an exceptional event, duty to minimize delay, consequences of an exceptional event, optional termination, release from performance under law, insurance. This is 19. Insurance, general requirement, insurance to be provided by contractor. Then 20 is employer and contractor claims. Claims for payment and of EOT, extra hour. Then disputes and arbitration, 21. Constitution of DAAB, failure to appoint DAAB members, avoidance of avoidance of disputes and of obtaining DAAB decision, and amicable settlement and arbitration, failure to comply with DAAB decision, and no DAAB in place. There is appendix, which is general conditions of dispute avoidance education, and then it is index of clauses 124. Now we have already talked about general provisions 1:1, etc., in which we deliberated on general provisions, and what we talked about are follows. Accepted contract amount we talked of, advance payment certificate, advance payment guarantee, base date, bill of quantity, claim, commencement date, compliance verification system, condition of contract or these conditions, contract, then contract agreement, contract data, contract price, contractor, contractor's documents, contractor's equipment, and contractor's personnel, and contractor's representative, host, cost plus profit, country, then cost plus profit, country, DA dispute avoidance adjudication board, and DAP agreement, date of completion, then day work schedule, defects notification period, then delay damages, dispute, and drawings, employers, equipment, then employer's personal, employer's equipment, employer's personal, employer supplied material, engineer, and engineer's representative, then exceptional events, extension of time, EOT, and FIDIC, final payment certificate, final statement, foreign currency, general conditions, goods, interim payment certificate, and joint venture undertaking, key personal, laws, letter of acceptance, letter of tender, letter of currency, material, month, no objection, notice, then notice of dissatisfaction, part, particular conditions, parties, payment, payment certificate, performance certificate, performance security, permanent works, plant, program, provisional sum, QM system, retention money, review, schedule of payments, section, site, special provisions, specifications, statement, subcontractor, then taking over certificate, temporary works, tender, test after completion, test on completion, time for completion, then time for completion, and unforeseeable variation, what's years. Then its interpretation in 1 is 2 interpretation, 1 term, and various interpretations are here, then which means words he, she, his, her, etc. etc. Then notice and other communications. Notice and other communications, and then is law and language. Then 1.5 is priority of documents. It was contract agreement, 1.6 and 1.7 is assignment. 1.8 is care and supply of documents, and delayed drawings or instructions, and employers use or contractors documents. Then contractors use of employers document, contractors use of employers documents, confidentiality, compliance with laws, and after that is Joint and several liability is 114. Contracts termination and assistance and employers for personal and other contractors. Then employers' financial arrangements and site data and items of reference. Then employers supplied materials and engineers equipment, and after that is engineer. And engineer is it. What is engineer? Engineer's duties and authority, and engineer's representative, delegation by engineer, and engineer's instructions, restoration, replacement of engineer, then agreement, audit determination, and then it is meetings, then contractor. We actually last talk were at contractor, which is 4-1. Now before moving on to contractor, I should like to consider very significant, at least to remind you about what engineers I consider before moving into contractor, because this is a very important point. You know, if you remember, if you remember, sorry, if you remember, I showed you a book last time, which is my own, but it's not for advertisement only. I'm just trying to refer to you. This was book that I have written. It was published in '96, and this is civil engineering building practice. And my written name is this, and then it is regarding contracts also. If you see in this project management, this practical management, state of art contracts, and new new site schemes, structural profiles, swimming pool, baths, engineering law with statutory references. So in this, I say contracts are here, which I considered in 1992 based on my little experience that time, and project management, site management, and when I say swimming pool, it is a structure of swimming pool, and I say structural profiles means my own thoughts and side schemes, and baths are not mine. These are proprietary materials and engineers in law and text references. This was a book which I explained to you, and in this book, I have very expressly defined, considered what this is. I'm not advertising this to be frank. I'm just trying to tell what I in this book, because I'm going to tell you about this engineer further. So in this context, actually, are categories, is explanation of classes of categories, preparation of various bills of quantities, and preparation of various building specifications, converting about documents to tender documents, then shortlisting, pre-qualifications of tenders, floating tenders, closing, scrutiny, and negotiation, tender bonds, site handover, and all that. So all these are, if you just see the page of this, I try to show the page because it's a torn now. This book is not properly bonded now. I like to show you something here. In this, actually, these people worked with me. I just tell you who worked with me here during this period. When I was on some projects, there was Nigel Robinson, who is chartered engineer UK, member of structural engineers that time. He was project manager for one of school projects in Qatar Consultant Groups. There's another one, Haswell, which is MRIBA, Qatar Consultant Groups, Gati, US Quantity Survey, MICS. Then there's a Maryland Stock Chartered Engineer UK, MIC, Resident Engineer, on project coordinator. Which these people, from them I learned, or they learned from me, whatever you can say, both. It was both way. So those are experiences which I tried to accumulate in that. Then it is, this Mel Lister, chartered engineer, UPMIC, resident engineer and project coordinator. And Rice Perry Ellison partners for project Second Royal Guard Army Project Barjan Camp developments for training. And then Ian Stott, chartered engineer, RIBA, phase 2 project coordinator, Rice Perry Ellison partners, as in 3 as above. And G. Craig Riba, RIBA coordinator, project. Then David Baxton, chartered engineer, UK MICE, structural engineer, Rice Perry Ellison partners, for project is in 3. And the C. McLean, chartered engineer, UK, senior services engineer, and as above in 3. Then Billy, civil engineer, RP, as in 3. And Laurie, civil engineer, COW, as in 3. Then Elias Francis, who was my senior, Elias Francis, civil engineer, head of buildings, engineer Khalid, engineer Nicholas, they were my associates. Engineer Khalid, engineer Nicholas, engineer T.V. Thomas, quantity surveyor, architect K.K. Jetli, Jackie, general foreman, senior engineer Suleiman, engineer Faiz, and Alatia Contracting and Trading Company, Doha, Qatar, Arabian Gulf. Then this K.K. Jetli, chartered engineer, India, as a partner with author in Sky Associates Group for project planning. Then Salim Ali Salim, engineering manager, electrical construction company, Tripoli, Libya, joint venture of India government and SPLAJ government Libya. This SPLAJ, socialist people of Libya, Arab Jamahariya. Engineer KR Chen, chartered engineer, India, FIE, chartered surveyor, India, ECO, ACE and CEI. Then Fateh, civil engineer, ECO, engineer Safran, ECO, Azhabib, ECO, engineer Banerjee, ECO, Ahmed Jaruk, ECO, and many others. These are all in Libya. They were all in Libya. Then engineer E.K. Handa, my senior, my proprietor of Eurotech Industries, UK, Baghdad. Then Bhim Sen Chaudhary, construction manager, Eurodec, is my senior. Engineer General Abuddin, Government of Iraq, Central Establishment for Buildings. Then Engineer D.K. Mahan, Project Engineer Manager, Jordan Company for Daral Thawra, UECO. And then Orkhan Muhammad Ali, Resident Engineer, Orkhan Muhammad Ali, Daral Thawra, Printing Complex, Baghdad, Iraq. And then Engineer K.S. Dashrati and Engineer P. Al Raina, Managers of Sites, Ansuls, Sharkat. And then Chetan Shah, chemical engineer, Tashir Trading and Contracting Company, Doha. Kumar and Mohammed Javed, electrical engineers of Al Kuwait, Doha. Electrical engineer, Prabhakar of Voltage Engineering, Doha, Qatar. And mechanical engineer, Ali Afzal of Doha, Qatar, with Alamgir, associated with tracks, and engineer Khalid with Pioneer. Author is particularly thankful. I'm thankful to Abdul Salam, a sales engineer professor, all that, and also to Mr. Amal Chauhan, and all these, Dr. Mala, all these who cooperated in production of this book, and also my references, and thanks to Jaku G, IEI, Architect at IOB, Copyright, Constitution of India, IPC, Evidence Act. These are resources, you can say, resources in a way of learning and understanding. And the contents of this book, just for refreshment, is because I'm going to talk something interconnected with this FIDIC, and that is now I'm saying there is categories, classes of planning, explanation of classes. You can see that one here. Both I will show you this gratitude portion. I'll show you first, but this is very important. We should give credit to those whom credit is due. That's very important. I should not hide credits of people from whom I learned in my life. And this book was devoted to my father. I'll see if she wants to tell something about it. I'm not sure. Yes. Yeah, this was for my professor. This was for my professor, devoted by professor, and that is here. This is my old photo, and this is devoted to Professor K.L. Rangpal of Aryabhat Polytechnic, previously Kashmiri Gate Polytechnic. He took me to that college where diploma was granted, and later on followed Section A and Section B of Institutions of Engineers, India. So this is in memory of Professor K.L. Rangpal, civil engineer, lecturer in KG Polytechnic, Delhi. I was in that program from 1971 to 1974. Then I should now give you about contents of this book, just for your information. Contents. This book was published CBS Publisher Delhi, Collie Bookstores Delhi. And now these are, because I'm going to inter inter switch, inter a sandwich, or you can say type of pizza construction, you can say. It is now in this categories are explanation of classes, preparation of various block quantities, preparation of various building specifications, converting these documents to tender documents, shortlisting, shortlisting or pre-qualifications of tenders, floating tender, closing scrutiny, and I know this is that floating tenders, closing, scrutiny and negotiations, tender bond, site handover, commencement of construction, supervision and control by various agencies working in contract area, coordination license, contractors organizations structure levels, contractors agent, internal dealings with contractor organizations and dealing at site, elaboration of coordinations as pointed out earlier, architectural structural mechanical engineering, electrical mechanical engineering, reflective ceiling plans, structural finishes, electrical, structural plumbing and drainage, services finishes, external services, external works, liaison to statutory bodies, structural. In this liaison cycle, main contractor, subcontractor, main contractor, resident engineer, contractor, other main contractors, local statutory bodies, main contractor, engineer, what a contractor's agent is supposed to do, mainly site diary, maintaining site diary or site diary. Some consultants prefer daily job records, daily report submittal, material submittals, pro forma sheet. Then shop drawings, working drawings, pro forma, weekly program, quarterly program, complete program, bar schedule chart, allocating percentages to a particular activity, operation, required program, revised program, monthly progress report, monthly technical and coordination meeting, internal as well as external contract site meeting, minutes of technical and coordination meeting, monthly progress report, special and instant meeting, site memorandum, site instruction, engineer's instruction, valuation to subcontractor, minor subcontractor, reflective ceiling plan, record drawings, as-built drawings, request for inspection, test report, material test reports, concrete pour record, concrete pour control, ready mixed concrete, material status schedule, working drawings and shop drawings, complete coordination license. And internal dealings with contractors, organization, material procurement, coordination with garage. Daily report to head office, coordination with main quantity engineer, surveyor, coordination with office and manager, staff and other agents. Coordination with contract manager, miscellaneous labor problems, coordination with other sections of company, agents, daily at site, daily program, daily supervisor, daily material orders, solving instant site problems. Solving problems with resident engineer consultants, solving staff disputes and ordering, labor bills for wages, overtimes and leave salaries. Labor working on contract, preparing labor schedule, proposals for alternatives to resident engineer consultants, technical study of job and instructions. Daily meetings and general liaison. Analysis of project cost based on programs. Then what a deputy agent, sub-agent should do, what a site engineer should do, what a general foreman should do, what an assistant engineer should do, what a foreman should do, what a plant engineer or foreman should do, what is an office engineer, time clerk, keeper, storekeeper, what a mechanical engineer should do, what an electrical engineer should do, what a plumbing and drainage engineer should do, what a road engineer should do, specialist work engineers and his supervision, engineers office structural levels, resident engineer in supervision, what a resident engineer should do, contractual legal aspects. Architectural engineering consultant, structural engineering consultant, civil works engineering consultant, mechanical engineering consultant, electrical engineering consultant, plumbing and drainage engineering consultant, quantity engineering consultant. Then office staff, inspectors, clerk of work, working relations, records to be kept in residential office. Then corresponding for pro forma supervisory records, engineers' instructions, minutes of coordination and technical meeting, minutes of contract site meeting, remedial works and notes, remedial roads, confidential letter, variation orders, nagging list format, progress charts, day works, contractors, letter to engineer for practical completion. Then completion certificate, correspondence for practical and final completions. Site verification, general inspection request, concrete pour inspection request, daily job records, accident report on site, performer for infrastructural chambers record, performer for testing and commissioning, operations activities involved in swimming pools construction. And general activities in building, construction, execution, sports court surfacing, epoxy floors, concrete annex auxiliaries, and resin compounds. Knowledge of different types of contracts, package deal contract, bills of quantity contract, schedule of rates contract, lump sum contract, itemized lump sum contract, bill of quantities plus percentages contract, cost plus percentage contract, cost plus fee contract, labor rate contract, target contract, construction by direct labor sub contract. Then some miscellaneous contract terms, prime cost sum, provisional sum, price enhancement on materials, enhancement on various wages, extras, lump sum, itemized contract, bills of quantity contract, fixation of extra prices, unforeseen circumstances, loaded prices, claims, delay claims, practical completion, civil engineering project management, civil engineering project management, that is management contract, means contract for building projects typical. Then civil engineering construction contracts need site, sketches 171 numbers in not to scale, building profit pile 180 numbers not to scale, general information and swimming pools of Jacuzzi engineers law, building practice with statutory references. Now, and this is a circuit of draft management circuit. Generally, we use that old one, which is site direct links between various persons of consultant as well as contractor in those days. And this is that notation, graphics notation here. You can see this very well. There are certain lines showing dotted line, equal line, other lines, and many lines, which indicate many references here. You can see that. And there is this diagram, circuit, direct course of buildings practice, management, circuit system diagram. Now, now I am going to another tree of this tree, means like tree it is. Generally use a layout of organization, but it is in tree form. I'm just showing a little pen here because this page is torn up. It is a tree, means organizational tree, which you know very well. This I have depicted like. And now I'm not going to tell everything. I'm interested in what actually engineers' duties are. That's most important to tell you from this angle, which I'm interested in, which is telling everything. I already told you in other talks. I'm going to tell you about engineer. What is engineer? Because I talked about engineer, and I'll talk about agent later on. And because this book is mainly is based on agent, and this agent's dealing with sites. I'm not interested in agents per se. I'm interested in engineer. That is engineering contract, not actually other engineer, and electrical engineer, and cloud engineer, and engineer supervision. That's the areas. Uh, yes, it is engineer and its supervision. This is what I have talked to people, and this is here. This is my writing. This is not in FIDIC, but application of FIDIC. You may say this is engineer and this supervision. This is what I'm talking about. Just referring it to you because I have talked of an engineer in my this FIDIC explanation. So here I'm saying engineer and his supervision. This is a reference to my book for your information. This is not for FIDIC. It is desired. It's desired to explain in brief meaning of term engineer, as people generally misunderstand that. Actually, in terms of contracts, this designation applies to person or official or government department head or professional organizations of building engineering or architectural engineering firms to whom owner or user entrusts responsibility of project to budget availability from conceiving stage to final completion, which shall involve all operations of inception, architectural plannings and detailings, structural planning, designing and detailings, schematic services, designs and detailings, design of all related civil works and external works, and preparation of bill of quantities and contrast contents and general and project specifications, tendering and award and control and administration, management and supervision, site supervision of contractors' execution, finalization of all payments, budgetary controls, acceptance or rejections of job, testing, commissioning of completed jobs per conditions and clauses in specifications, maintenance, supervision and grant of final completion certificate for purpose of release of all retention monies to contractor and activity not covered in said explanations, that preparations and all detailed drawings for purpose of obtaining statutory building permits. Now, a promoter appoints, for example, a promoter appoints an architectural or building engineering firm or a group, a group plan, design, and supervise execution of job. Appointed firm or group shall be nominated as engineer in legal terms or engineering contract, and headman responsible for group shall be liable to legal inflation, implying as man responsible for design and supervision and stability of building as a whole. Similarly, government or funding body wants some projects to be executed for welfare of masses or for any other purpose. Government Department of Civil Engineering discipline shall be entrusted to carry out job of project and head engineer of department if the rank of or designation of engineer in chief, engineer member, chief engineer as case B shall be designated as engineer in legal terms. That person needs not necessarily be civil engineer or structural engineer. Architect or civil engineers or structural engineers are all eligible for being designated as engineer in legal terms. Should interested department should interested department does not possess required caliber or staff to look after above explained duties, a group shall be invited to look after same responsibility and appointed firm or group shall be termed engineer of work if work is completed to be on firm's responsibility, and in some cases department may wish to appoint a resident engineer only for that purpose. Now, so after owner appoints firm or group as engineer, and and contract is entered into between engineer and promoter or owner. Head of firm shall be party in head of firm shall be party in contract personally, while government department engineer in chief or engineer member or chief engineer shall sign on behalf of government. When department appoints as engineer firm as resident engineer, nominated engineering firm shall be project manager supervision. Now, big projects cannot be designed or supervised by one man alone as engineer. Therefore, therefore, in practice, what happens is that engineer responsible for project appoints under his control, the resident engineer for control of site execution with a group of specialist engineers and other anchoring or supporting engineering and administrative and ministerial staff under direct control of resident engineer. All works are carried out on site shall be of technical nature and check works being done according to engineering details or not. Whether whenever shall be done by resident engineer be considered by engineer legal terms of responsibilities of project shall be shared by engineer exclusively. Now here's in hierarchy. I can show you about engineers office or engineers organization. That is hierarchy, and it is engineers responsible for project. So there is architectural section, there is structural section, there is services section, quantity section, civil, etc., etc. And these days added quality and safety, all that. Just for information, it's very old. And there is administration section, is a public relation and accredit, all that. This is just a hierarchy I have shown for reference only. There will be various categories down, and which depends upon size of projects and type of projects. Now, I'm just trying to interlink this with FIDIC, means further explanation. But I have given now this organizational structure of engineer. Let me take some water. I'm feeling thirsty, otherwise my throat. Let's take some water. It's already 2 hours speaking, so I've taken twice. It's better to take one more time. Well, I don't know if people are interested or not, and it's up to them. I'm not finding much interest here with people. Well, they want entertainment, they want films, or they want to see something else. It's up to them. This is, well, this organization structure of India's office shown in different levels of working for project under control of engineer for purpose of guideline only, but may vary from project to project and requirement to requirement. This shall be applicable to a very big size project. Number of personnel shall depend on the quantum and duration of design period of job. Engineers shall also employ resident engineer and staff which be structure of organization of resident engineer office at site. Now resident engineer and supervision, this is what I'm going to talk about. As I said, in that engineer, FIDIC engineer, there's assistants or representative. Here resident means representative. When I say resident engineer, this means representative engineer and supervision. A resident engineer or representative engineer shall supervise contract operations on behalf of engineer alone in case job is very small. But for big contracts of constructions, engineer or owner as case be according to contract between engineer and owner or promoter shall provide supporting staff on site who act as consultants in supervision of construction activities of operations being carried out by construction contractor according to contract documents. These supporting supervising engineers shall include assistant resident engineer or project coordinator, architects, structural engineers, electrical engineer, mechanical engineer, plumbing engineer or civil engineer, quantity engineer, accounts and secretarial sections, and site assistants as inspectors or clerk of works in different ranks, all as forming one term of supervisions. Now, engineer in design, resident engineer below that, admin, all that is there. Just see this one, please. It's very important. This engineer's office. Engineer is there on top. Then there is resident engineer below, and below resident engineer, various sections of other engineers are there. So there on this contract is engineer adding on. This engineer has contract with promoter or owner, and this engineer is independent on construction contract, but is a different type of hierarchy for its work. And then I move to actually what it says. This organization structure of engineer's office, sorry, this is sorry. This organization structure of engineer office shows in different levels of working for project under control of engineer for purposes of guideline only, but may vary from project to project. Well, same thing here says, and so above site organization structure for office of resident engineers is only for purpose for guides and so on. So now we move to what a resident engineer should do. Now we are talking, wait a minute, say real coordination works on different phases may be carried out operational way. Now this is a note only that say organization structure for office of regional needs is only for guidance purpose. On a medium-sized project, it shall vary in strength of placement on different level depending on needs of supervising work. There may be a number of resident engineers for a very big project with size and head of chief resident engineer for very big size may be placed to head them and report of to engineer for job. In that case, chief resident engineer shall take instructions from engineer and supervise job for contract documents. Real coordination work of different phases may be carried out in corresponding way. Experiment architect appointed specialist engineer, structural and civil engineers appointed as specialists may act as project coordinators for independent phases and simultaneously specialists for other phases on medium-sized projects where funds are limited and also quantity of operations and management structures. Now, what resident engineers should do, it's important here. It's very important what resident engineers should do. A resident engineer, a resident engineer shall act on behalf of engineer. That's what we discussed. Resident engineer is a part of engineer. In fact, a resident engineer or representative engineer shall act on behalf of engineer to ascertain that works are carried out by different construction contractors on site or their subcontractors are per contract documents, bills of quantities, all drawings, working drawings, materials approved, all the specifications, manufacturers, instructions, and all relative details provided by provided by engineer and according to contract approved construction program in a fixed time or duration as laid down in contract schedule. The resident engineer must be a qualified and a competent engineer as professional engineer of architectural structure or civil engineering discipline on civil engineering projects, as he shall have to apply all skills acquire supposed to acquire during professional studies and training at supervision of construction contractors operation under his charge. Now, job of resident engineer. Job of resident engineer starts even before award of construction contract and continues till final completion. Certificate is granted by engineer on recommendations of resident engineers inspectors. Resident engineer shall finalize all survey details of plot of land and fix all benchmarks ready, all topographic coordinates ready before joining of construction contractor on site, or at least be having complete details with him to pass it to construction contractors immediately after handing over site to related people commence construction operations without wasting a single day. A resident engineer shall be, or it's a representative engineer shall be chief executive of engineer on site and counterpart of agent of construction contractor. Means this representative engineer and construction contractor site representatives are equally based. Now, primarily, my main job of resident engineer shall be to see that construction contractors do job according to details in documents given by engineer and and designs, and that all instructions and obligations to be performed by construction contractors are executed on site according to agreed contract conditions. Resident engineer shall therefore be responsible to engineer in respects through site through be paid, okay, by owner or promoter or whatever the agreement shall be loyal to engineer who by owner or by promoter or whatever the agreement shall be loyal to engineer. Resident engineer now who is responsible for administration of contract as a whole. Resident engineer shall remember always that actions taken by him shall consequently okay. So what it says that the resident engineer shall remember always that actions taken by him shall consequently affect responsibilities and obligations of engineer as engineer is bound per management contract with with employer or owner and legally liable and personally responsible, and therefore to make to make good these doubts and approaches to job or for procedures. Resident engineer shall report to engineer and seek guidance. A resident engineer should suggest and advise engineer from time to time, as he shall know operations of site 100% due to being abreast of site full time and well aware of site conditions and difficulties of real execution and and troubles faced at site and the ways out of them. A resident engineer shall be a technical scout. Resident engineer shall be a technical scout to engineer as far as engineering matters are concerned and to take responsibilities of engineer in practical terms. Now, resident shall be technical scout of engineer as far as engineering matters are concerned, and to take responsibilities of engineer to in parallel in practical terms, but not legally. Engineer cannot pass responsibility to resident engineer in his staff. So, resident engineer shall be a technical scout and to engineer as far as engineering matters are concerned and to take responsibilities of engineer in practical terms, but not legally. Engineer cannot pass his responsibility to resident engineer or shall or his staff for actions taken by them, as all actions shall be treated as if taken by engineer for actions taken by us, as taken by them as all actions require to treat it if it is temporary. Then it will further says engineer cannot pass a responsibility to resident engineer in or his staff for actions taken by them as as all his skills and actions taken by them as all the actions shall be treated as if taken by engineer in legal terms of contract with honor, as contract with between honor and and engineer states that engineer shall use all his skills and engineer and judgments to designs and and construction of project or job as a whole. Engineer shall be considered negligent, failing to check failing to check what resident engineer and staff do during supervision of works executed by contractor, and any negative consequential effect shall be borne by engineer. In contract terms, a resident engineer cannot be held responsible for failure of a structure in legal terms, legal positions, due to engineers being completely responsible. Mm, Engineers shall be considered negligent, failing to check what resident engineer and staff do during supervision of works executed by contractors, and any negative consequential effect shall be borne by engineer in contract terms. Resident engineer cannot be held responsible for failure of structure in legal considerations due to engineers being completely responsible and liable for, for design. Resident engineer shall all time be bear in mind that he shall be responsible to engineer and not to owner user, and therefore should not act on owner's options in technical matters and seek instructions from engineer only even after being instructed by owner. Uh, uh, Resident engineer shall be resident engineer shall see that all documents have been issued to construction contractor in time so as to avoid any claims due to delayed issue. Resident engineer shall see that site has been cleared and handed over to contractor for date of commencement. Resident engineer shall see that all site staff have been introduced to contractor or agent or engineers for which a preliminary site meeting before handing over of, of site shall be conducted by resident engineer and recorded with circulation of minutes of meeting and decisions taken, if any. Resident engineer shall see that contractor has proposed curriculum vitae or CV of site supervising personnel and superintending in charge, such as site agent, deputy agent, or project coordinators, site engineers, deputy engineers, site assistants and foremen and surveyors, etc. And that contractor has proposed site establishment for which layout of site offices, of contractors' offices, as well as resident engineers' offices, shall be included for purpose of approval by resident engineer or engineer. Resident engineer shall see that site mobilization is done as soon as possible and that contractor has proposed programs for approval by engineer in prescribed limit for conditions or specifications, and that site benchmarks, points of references, or lines of coordinates generally have been explained to or shown to contractor's agent so that the agent may proceed for setting out of buildings and layouts, which can be done by a third party also on behalf of contractor. And that surveys of existing site level are jointly done by agent and man from resident engineer's office as deputed for purpose. Failing which, a representative engineer shall be bound to do survey works before commencement of excavation, and that must be brought to notice of agent. If if agent, or you can say, now if resident engineer does not do that, he shall accept bills given by agency. Now resident engineer shall accept, resident engineer shall what I'm saying, sorry, is that or survey before commission of, and that must be brought to notice of agent. If resident engineer does not do that, she shall accept labels given by agent. What says? Resident engineer shall see that surveys of existing site labels are done jointly by agent and man from resident engineer's office has departed as deputed for purpose. Feeling, feeling that resident engineer shall be bound to do survey works before commencement of excavation, and that must be brought to notice of agent. Now, regulator shall make sure that agent is aware of job coordination, working systems with resident engineer's office, his office, and the representative shall explicitly explain to agent, representative engineer, resident engineer shall explicitly explain to agent how to fit in with systems of handling coordination on project for material and drawing submittals, site inspections, reports, records maintenance, and required standards performance be given to agent for use. Representative engineer or engineer shall see that contractor has finalized appointment of probable subcontractors to be deployed on job for allied services, and details in forms of subcontractors curriculum vitae shall be asked for in a complete package for engineering approvals as soon as possible. A resident here shall act patiently to see that actions on part of agents are to be acceptable standards or guidance. Resident here shall give agent time to acquaint self with systems and site, and to understand each each other, and both may know each other thoroughly. In beginning, agent does not know how strict is resident engineer, and resident engineer does not know about caliber of agent and competency of job. Uh, Resident engineer shall guide agent on matters of contract operations and about areas and standards to be maintained in advance. Uh, Representative engineer shall see that contractor starts making material submittals, shop drawings submittals, programs submittals in time. uh, So says. Engineer shall see guide agent on the matters of contract operations and about area and standards to be maintained in advance. Engineer shall representative engineer shall see that contract starts making submittals, materials, shop drawing submittals, programs submittals in time of start, shall instruct and advise agent to be careful in operations of a particular contract clause requiring submissions or the prescribed form limit to avoid delay and record bad performance on part of contractor. Resident engineer shall also ascertain work person strength of contractors, mechanical potential on site, material results, and financial state. Uh, Whether enough to run site on site or fall short of requirement of contractors' promises or obligations. Uh, Representative engineer shall check with specialist engineers attached details of submittals done by contractor in different phases. Resident engineer shall inspect plants and machines with assistance and ascertain working conditions and working efficiency on site. Engineer shall inspect central mixing plant for concrete or batching plant on plants or off-site with specialist structural engineering uh, and coordination, coordinate and asset functioning of all right. Now, resident shall inspect central mixing plant for concrete or batching plant or plants on and off site with specialist structural engineer and coordinator and assess functioning of that to grant approval to be used for job which shall include all accessories, calibrations of various gauges, supporting structure of batching plant, whether manually controlled or by use of computer, and number of transit mixers that may be used at time of major course. Resident engineer shall see that concrete ingredients are all stored properly per, per specified standards on site or batching plant and properly protected against inclement weather conditions. Resident engineers shall see that machines do not pose danger to human life during operations, that there shall be as chance of no chance of uh, accidents. Resident or representative engineer shall see that safety measures are taken by contractor for construction site safety standards as a part of contract documents. Now, with this representative engineer, I want to finish this duty today. Representative engineer shall ask contractor to send samples selected by him or assistants to laboratory regularly for technical examinations and submit test reports from laboratories already approved by engineers. Uh, Resident engineers shall discuss program of contractors jointly with agent and assistants and comment on that for further incorporation with revision of same as case be till same is approved. Having scrutinized submissions of materials, working drawings, programs, this representative engineer shall recommend approval to engineer formally. Now, this representative engineer or resident engineer shall remember that final approval of submittals shall be entrusted to do to engineer only for standards. Now, resident engineer shall remember that final approval of submittals shall be entrusted to engineer only for contract requirements, and this representative engineer shall refer to advice in case some discrepancy is discovered in documents immediately to engineer for remedial measures. And this shall refer to engineer any irregularity if found in contract, document, or contract itself to or ambiguity of language or clause or any contractual or technical mistake pointed out by quantity or contractual contract engineer for clarification immediately. Then the representative engineer shall coordinate works of various contractors to agree detailed programs of works to see that necessary instructions are passed to them in time and should expeditiously furnished inquire details on site clarifications by construction by contractors and resident engineers shall see that approved materials are ordered by contractor to time and time of arrival as has been shown on ETA. ETA is expected time of arrival in status. Okay, then I'm just continuing these duties before starting what contracts to do. Contractors chapter. I'm just trying to infill my own writings here, then so that you understand well in this case. And it is then it is about resident shall refer engineer many regularities. Well, was 1 minute, please. I think I missed some paragraph. No. All right. Resident shall refer to engineer any irregularity found in contract documents or contract itself, or ambiguity of language or clause or any contractual or technical mistake as pointed by quantity or contract engineer for clarification, etc. Then, yes, I was there. Resident shall see that approved materials are ordered by contractor in time and time of arrival, as has been shown on expected time of arrival. in status tallies to program requirements, and all permits have been obtained by contractor or should have is obtained same. This resident engineer representative engineer shall the representative engineer shall see that third party insurance has been done for all work persons on site as required in labor law of statutes, related statute of area. Now, resident engineer shall see that when I say resident engineer, this is representative engineer because it is written resident engineer. Generally, it is resident engineer. This is called representative engineer. So, let's say then resident or representative engineer shall see that specifications in regard to materials are compatible with and workmanship. Now, resident shall see that specifications in regard to materials are complied with and workmanship standards are maintained. In case of non-compliance of specifications and poor or unacceptable workmanship standards, resident of your representative shall issue site memorandum to contractors, contractors through agent and copy to engineer and records. Then issue remedial note in case major rectification is required on site and agents found has been found to be ineffective on actions to be taken down. Now we go further. There then it's okay here. He shall issue contract agent. Okay. Now it has been found to be then shall see that building layout, alignments, levels be surveyed to design requirements and shall see that additional when I say shall see means resident engineer talking of resident engineer representatives shall see that additional technical instructions as found necessary to be passed to site are issued in time promptly. Representative engineer shall see that clarifications requested by site agent are issued promptly. After that, sorry, important point actually. Resident engineer shall see that additional technical instructions as found necessary to be passed to site are issued in time or properly. Hmm. Well, residents see that additional technical instructions are found in materials shall see that any clarification requested by site agent when I say site means site in charge of are issued promptly and shall see that all staff engaged for purposes of inspections are efficiently acting to contractors' requests and the supervision is carried out to standards within prescribed limits. Then shall ascertain that proper coordination is done among electrical and mechanical subcontractors under control of agent, and shall help agent by engagement of specialist engineers. When I say specialist, then it's all services engineers or structural engineers or specialist engineers, means other than the specialist engineers. Then representative shall see help agent on his request to adjust timings of concreting and overtime works. Means, means you have to deal with them professionally. There's no personal ego, nothing. Then the engineers shall help agent on request to adjust the time of operation. Hmm. I think there are many more, and I'm interested actually. There are a lot more, not many more. There are a lot more. I like, though I have included this in other videos, but because we are talking FIDIC, supporting explanation is required. And RE or engineers shall hold monthly technical and coordination meetings and also monthly progress review meetings, jointly called contract site meetings, when wherein all right, then coordination meetings and monthly progress review meetings, jointly called contract site meeting, where in progress of works as complete compared to approved program, status of material submitted and approval status, working drawing submittals, and approval status, and the disbursement, distribution of working drawings, technical decisions, these technical decisions, and so technical decisions pending, contractual matters, materials delivered or to site, financial matters such as payments made to contractors, claims, and all other matters left to be covered in contract meetings. All our matters shall be referred to engineer in case relates to decided by him on contractual or on design matters. Minutes of meeting shall be prepared and circulated by representative engineer to all his presence on a meeting, contractors, engineer, and owner in that meeting. Now, what I do, I stop it here and continue in contact and training because these are the points 42 I have taken, and it's going to take enough time. So I'll cover this support in next talk because still many points are there. And if I take this one, I wouldn't be able to do anything else. I'll now go to predict talk, which is we were talking that point, and it was contractor, and that is 4.1. Contractors shall execute works works in compliance. Contractor shall execute works in accordance with contract. Contractor undertakes that execution of works and completed works will be in accordance with documents form contract as altered or modified by variations. This is what we are doing all of this. On this says contractors shall execute works. Now I'm starting contract explanation. It's now FIDIC, not my support. This is not from my book. This is from FIDIC. About that duties of resident is that I was speaking from my own writing that was published in '96. This is from FIDIC. I am not talking about contractor. This 4.1 contractors general obligations. I will take up that explanation later on because it's long and time consuming. So it says contractor shall execute works in accordance with contract. Of course, works must be done according to contract. Contractor undertakes that execution of works and completed works shall be in accordance with documents forming contract or as it is altered or modified by variations. Contract shall provide plant means machines, equipment. Contractors shall provide plants and spare parts if any, and contractors documents specified in contract. And all contractors' personal goods, consumables, and other things and services, whether of a temporary or of a permanent nature, required to fulfill contractors' obligations under contract. Contractor shall be responsible for adequacy, stability, and safety of all contractors, contracts operations and activities, all methods of construction, and of all temporary works except to extent specified in contract as contracts contractor. So this is now come on further. So this is what I said. Contractors shall provide plans, spare parts, contractors documents specified in contract according to that, and all contractors' personal goods, consumables, and other things and services, whether of a temporary or permanent nature, required to fulfill contract's obligations under contract, and shall contract shall be responsible for adequacy, stability, and safety of all contractors' operations and activities, of all methods of construction, and of all temporary works, except to extent specified in contract. Then contractors shall be responsible for all contractors' documents, temporary works, and such design of each item of plants and materials as is required for item to be in accordance with contract, and shall not otherwise be responsible for design or specification of, of permanent works, shall not otherwise be responsible for design or specification of permanent works, because this is construction contract, not wealth contract. Then if we go further, in this actually two are only one says that responsible for all contract documents, temporary works, and such designs of each item of plant and machinery as is required for items to be in accordance with contract, whereas says in second shall not otherwise be responsible for design or specification, because this is not design contract. What materials are to be supplied must be according to requirement. The contract shall what whenever be required by engineer, whenever required by engineer, submit details of arrangements and methods which contractors proposes adopt in line with. Then contractor shall, whenever required by engineer, submit details of arrangements and methods which contractor proposes to adopt for execution of works. No significant alteration to these arrangements and methods shall be made without this alteration having been submitted to engineer. This is very important point. This is actually practical application of contractor, that is contractor shall, whenever required by engineer, submit details of arrangements and methods which contractor proposes to adopt for execution of works. No significant alteration to these arrangements and methods shall be made without this alteration having been submitted to engineer. Right? Method statement, actually this is for all materials. Method statements actually a form of that. This is detailing everything is whatever work to plan. If contract specifies that contractors shall design any part of permanent works, if contract specifies that contractor shall design any part of permanent work, then unless otherwise stated in particular conditions, what happens, we say a contractor shall prepare and submit to engineer for review contractor's documents for this part and any other documents necessary to complete and implement design during execution of works and to instruct contractors personally. These contractors' documents shall be in accordance with the specifications and drawings and shall include additional information required by engineer to add to drawings for coordination of each party's designs. If engineer instructs that further contractors' documents are reasonably required to demonstrate that contractor's design complies with contract. Contractors shall prepare and submit them promptly to engineer at contractor's cost. Construction of this part shall not commence until a notice of no objection is given or is deemed to have been given by engineer under subparagraph 1 of subclass 4.4 preparation and review. For all contractors' documents which are relevant to its design and construction of such part shall be in accordance with these contractors' documents. Contractor may modify and design or contractors' documents which have previously been submitted for review by giving a notice to engineer with reasons. If contractor has commenced construction of part of works to which such design or contractor documents are relevant, work on this part, shall be suspended. Provision of subclass 441 preparation and review shall apply as if engineer had given a notice in respect of contractor's documents under subparagraph 2 of subclause 441, and work shall not resume until a notice of no objection is given or is they deemed to have been given by engineer for revised documents. Now, contractors shall be responsible for this part, and it shall when works are completed be fit for such purposes, for which part is intended as specified in contract. or where no purpose are so defined and described fit for their ordinary purpose. I repeat this paragraph. Contractors shall be responsible for this part and shall, when works are completed, be fit for such purpose for which part is intended as specified in contract or where no purposes are so defined and described fit for their ordinary purposes. Then say, in addition to contractor's undertaking above, contractor undertakes the design and contracts document for this part will comply with technical standards stated in specifications and laws in force when works are taken over under clause 10, employers taking over. In accordance with the documents forming contract as enlisted, altered, altered or modified variations by variations. In subclass 442, as-built records and or subclass 443 operations and maintenance, manuals apply. Contractors shall submit to engineer contractors documents for this part in accordance with such subclauses and in sufficient detail for employer to operate, maintain, dismantle, reassemble, adjust, and procure. So then we go to performance security. This was about some infill, and that is, you can say, general obligations of contractors. These are the, we'll go to, now it is performance security. What is that? Performance security. Look, as far as duties of contractor are concerned, or contractors agents are concerned, and engineers are concerned, that engineers are talking of in details, and this also will take up later on. Let us go as far as we can go because those explanations are very important. Just going through it, FIDIC will not. This is very small document. In fact, there's a lot of explanation done in in practical activities. So this performance security means performance bond. Contractors shall submit at contractor's cost a performance security to secure contractor's proper performance of contract in amount and currencies stated in contract data. If no amount is stated in contract data, sub-clauses shall not apply. I think it's also clause not clear to me. I think so. It's that contractor's obligations, not what it is. Contractor's obligations. Contractor shall deliver performance security to employer with a copy to engineer within 28 days after receiving letter of acceptance. Limiting period is 28 days. Performance security shall be issued by an entity and from within a country or other jurisdiction to which employer gives consent and shall be informed annexed to particular conditions or in another form agreed by employer, but such consent and or agreement shall not relieve contractor from any obligation under subcontract clause. Now, this 28 days period says performance security shall be issued by an entity and from within a country or a jurisdiction to which employer gives consent and shall be informed annexed to particular condition or in another form agreed by employer, but such consent and agreement shall not relieve contractor from any obligation under such clause. Who bothers about it? Everybody knows that performance bond is to be submitted and and this is required until work is done, work is finished. This is very common. So what percentage should be there? Everybody knows. Then it's also true that people don't bother about that, but that's very important. Once it is in the hands of someone else, this is not less than big amount. However, we go further. We'll explain this later on. There have been many cases in, and we see how people treat that. Now, contractor shall ensure that performance security remains valid and enforceable until issue of performance certificate. Performance means performance certificate work has been performed. That's what it's saying. Contractor shall ensure that performance security remains valid and enforceable under issue of performance certificate and contractor has complied with subclause 1111 clearance of site. In terms of performance security, specific and external date. Mm, all right, it's a little complicated, but again, it's how to do it. Contract shall ensure performance security remains valid and enforceable until issue of performance certificate and contractor has complied with subclause required clearance of site in terms of performance security specifying expiry date if terms of the performance security specifying expiry date and contractor has not become entitled to receive performance certificate by that date 28th day before expiry date. So we'll go further in this. Let's say how to do. Expiry date question has come. The conductor has not become entitled to receive performance certified by date and say and contractor has not become entitled to receive performance certificate by that 28 days before expiry date. Contractor shall extend validity of performance security until until issue of performance certificate and contractor has complied with subclass 1111 clearance of site. Performance, you have to extend that, simple. Now, wherever variations and adjustments under clause 3, 13 variations and adjustments result in accumulative increase or decrease of contract price by more than 20% of accepted contract amount. Uh, A case of such an increase at employer's request, contractor shall promptly increase amount of performance security. uh, Complications always. In case of such an increase at employer's request, contractor shall promptly increase the amount of performance security in that currency by a percentage equal to accumulative increase. If contractor incurs cost as a result of employer's request, variation by instruction shall apply as if increase had been instructed by engineer. In case In case of such decrease, subject to employer's prior consent, contractor may decrease that amount of performance security in that currency by a percentage equal to accumulative decrease. So both ways it has to be done. Then claims under performance security, because performance security is very big, it remains valid for years sometime. It's not tender bond, it's performance bond. We are calling security bond, same thing. We have to understand many change. This language I'm finding many differences in language of previously there, now it's there. It doesn't make a difference. Just terminology. Now employer, this is claims under performance security. Claims under performance security. It's very important to see, and let us see what is that. Employer shall not make a claim. Employer shall not make a claim under performance security except for amounts to which employer is entitled under contract in that event of. Now explanations are there, but this point itself saying there are conditions, there are preconditions which bar employer also, because there is limit to which, for example, there are so many limits. This is also limitless how much you can tell. Let's see what it says revised one. In old one, now revised, there's a difference I'm finding, because I'm directly talking to you. I'm not going through this earlier. It says the employer shall not make a claim under performance security except amounts to which employer is entitled under contract in event of A, failure by contractor to extend validity, failure by contractor to extend validity of performance security as described in subclause, in which event employer may claim full amount, or in case of previous reductions, full remaining amount of performance security. Again, it's very completely a failure by contractor to extend validity of performance security as described in subclause, in which event employer may employer may claim full amount, or in case of previous reductions, full remaining amount of performance security. B. Failure by contractor to pay employer an amount due as agreed or determined under subclause 3.7 agreement or determination, or agreed or decided under clause 21, that is arbitration clause, dispute resolution mechanism, disputes and arbitration, that is 21, within 42 days after date of agreement or determination or decision or arbitral award, as case may be. So this is also a failure clause. Failures by contractor to pay employer an amount due as agreed or determined under subclause 37, agreement or determination, or agreed or deducted under clause 21, as updated one, this disputes and arbitration. And within 42 days after date of agreement or determination or decision or arbitral award, as case may be. C. Failure by contractor. Failure by contractor to remedy a default. Failure by contractor to remedy a default stated in a notice given under subclause 15.1, notice to correct within 42 days or other time, if any, stated in notice. Then D. And what is this D? Circumstances which entitle employer to terminate contract under subclause 15.2, termination for contractor's default, irrespective of whether a notice of termination has been given. All right, then we go further. That is termination of contract comments. Now it's going to E. If under subclause 11.5, remedying of defective work of site, remedying of defective work of site, contractor removes any defective or damaged plant from site, failure by contractor to repair such plant, return it to site, reinstall it and retest it by date of expiry of relative duration. Okay. Now these are, I think, five provisions here. A, B, C, D. A is for failure by contractor. Again, B is failure by contractor. C is failure by contractor, and there's then termination, etc. These five are very complicated clauses. In fact, to be very frank, these are performance, security, or bond related, which require augmentation of price or reduction of price depending on time limit. If this validity works or if validity of this document doesn't work, means it requires to go into details of that, because it means there is some extension issue. Only then this comes in picture. If suppose progress is on line of schedule or timeline schedule, there should not such issue. But because it's happening, which clearly indicates there's a variation on progress is lagging behind, certainly that's why extension is required. And if extension required means you have to extend performance security or performance bond to match that one, or else this is defective management, you can say, because performance bond is very important. It's, if it is concessional, okay, fine, if you get concession, but if no engineer shall give you any concession on that, particularly. Engineer will not give. Maybe you get from employer, that's different case, because if there's a loss, it's loss to employer. No engineer shall recommend any defection of that. No concession is applicable. I have not seen an engineer who would endeavor as such, because this contract exists between employer and contractor and not between engineer and contractor. Engineer cannot interfere in financial matter to that extent. Yes, engineer can determine liabilities, determine claims, and cannot even touch changing lump sum price without obtaining permission from employer. Now, what is the employer shall indemnify and hold contractor harmless against and from all damages, losses, and expenses, including legal fees and expenses resulting from a claim under performance security, to extent that employers was not well reserved. Right, so employer shall indemnify and hold contractor harmless against and from damages, losses, and expenses, including legal fees and expenses resulting from claim under performance security, to extent that employer was not entitled to make claim. And any amount which is received by employer under performance security shall be taken into account. One, in final payment certificate under subclause 14.13, issue of final payment certificate FPC, or two, if contract is terminated, in payment due to contractor under subclause 15.4, payment after termination for contractors default, subclause 15.7, payment after termination for employers convenience, subclause 16.4, payment after termination by contractors, subclause 18.5, optional termination or subclause 18.6, release from performance under law as case may be, which we will see later on what they speak for clause 15. Long way to go now. And now on 4 to 3 is a return of performance security. Employers shall return performance security to contractor when A, within 21 days after issue of performance certificate, and contractor has complied with subclause 11.11 clearance of site, or B, promptly after date of termination if contract is terminated in accordance with subclause 15.5. Termination for employer's convenience. Subclause 16.2, termination by contractor. Subclause 18.5, optional termination, or subclause 18.6, release from performance under law. Means we'll see which one of that. Now we go to 4.3, and that is contractor's representative, which is also a big gun on contracts. I should say not gun, cannon, because game lies in court of contractor's representative to play with all. Actually, that's that. Contractor shall appoint contractor's representative and shall give that representative all authority necessary to act on contractor's behalf under contract, except to replace contractor's representative. Yes, you cannot replace yourself. So that's exemption. Contractor's representative shall be qualified, experienced, and competent in main engineering discipline applicable to works, and fluent in language for communications defined in subclass 1.4 law and language. We'll see which language that depends. Then unless contractor's representative is named in contract, we have tried to name sometime and it's bit 10, some bits. Unless contractor's representative is named in contract, contractor shall, before commencement date, submit to an engineer for consent name and particulars of person contractors proposes to appoint as contractor's representative. If consent is withheld or subsequently revoked, withheld or subsequently revoked, or if appointed person fails to act as contractor's representative, contractors shall similarly submit contractors similarly submit name and particulars of another suitable replacement for such appointment. If engineer does not respond within 28 days, 28 days, um, all right. So it is within days, respond within 28 days after receiving this submission. A little bit. Maybe I missed something, I think. If consent is withheld, let me repeat this. I do not confuse. Paragraph sometimes too long, and if you miss one line, you miss whole paragraph. Unless contractor's representative is named in contract, contractor shall before commencement date submit to engineer for consent name and particulars of person contractors proposes to appoint as contractor's representatives. If consent is withheld or subsequently revoked, or if appointed person fails to act as contractor's representative, contractor shall similarly submit name and particulars of another suitable replacement for such appointment. If engineer does not respond in 28 days after receiving this submission by giving a notice to contractor objecting to proposed person or replacement, engineer shall be deemed to have given consent. Engineer shall be deemed to have given consent respecting proposed candidate for being contractor's representative, and that is a period of 28 days. Limiting period, if you get some rejection or apples fine, or else it's deemed that without don't receive any documentation from engineer, means proposed candidate is approved, deemed approved. Now it's very difficult actually. This post is very problematic because until this resident engineer and representative engineer and engineer, they are not sure that this person knows specifications, this person knows drawings or working drawings of this, or this person can deal with them smoothly, freely, this can coordinate with them, this can go and attend meetings, this must get demo side and find problems and writes everything about whatever it's doing. And is doing, some people do a lot of work from home, and this in this case is at home. But there's no chance otherwise in normal situation you have to be there. So this was this very high profile cause of. All right, to go further, that contractors shall not withhold engineer's prior consent. Contractors shall not, without engineer's prior consent, contractors shall not, without engineer's prior consent, revoke appointment of contractor's representative or appoint a replacement unless contractor's representative is unable to act as a result of death, okay, illness, disability, or resignation, in which case that appointment shall be deemed to have been revoked with immediate effect, and appointment of replacement shall be treated as a temporary appointment until engineer gives consent to this replacement or another replacement is appointed under this subclause. So it's another view of that. Contractor cannot appoint another person provided what conditions are explained: death, illness, disability, resignation, which are saving cases. In these cases, okay, but without permission of new candidate, without regular permission, provisionary appointment or temporary appointment is maintained with consent of engineer only. Whole time of contractor's representative shall be given to directing. Now what says whole time of contractor's representative shall be given to directing contractor's performance of contract. Whole time, you can say dedication, dedication duty, dedicated duty. Whole time means that whole time of contractor's representative shall be given to directing contractor's performance on contract. Contractor's representative shall act for and on behalf of contractor all times during performance of contract, including issuing and receiving all notices and other communications under subclause 1.3, notices and other communications, and for receiving instructions under subclause 3.5, engineer's instructions. This is direction, the dedicated position it is. It's not time pass or part-time position. Means you have to be there to receive instructions from engineer, resident engineer, or to submit your documents, or to meet them for whatever site problems do exist, or to decide in whatever way, or to push your submissions, all like that. Contractor's representative shall be based on site for whole time that works are being executed at site. If contractor's representative to be temporarily absent, if contractor's representative is to be temporarily absent from site during execution of works, a suitable replacement shall be temporarily appointed subject to an engineer's prior consent. Then it says contractor's representative may delegate any powers, functions, and authority except what is savings? Savings are A. Authority to issue and receive notices and other communications under subclause 1.3, notices and other communications. This is exception. Only that person will receive. Authority to receive instructions under subclause 3.5, engineer's instructions. These 2 points are very important, and that's what it says, that contractor representative may delegate any powers, functions, and authority except these to any suitably competent and experienced person, and may at any time revoke delegation. It's up to representative. For your information, representative is contextual word. It other word is project managers, site manager, or whatever you call in your title, but that title shall be written here as contractor's representative. Generally, it is site representative or contract representative or contracts agent also is called in old If you go to old FIDIC, and also it's used many places. So representative or agent, one and same thing, no difference. And what it says, in any suitable, competent, and experienced person, or may at any time revoke this delegation. Any delegation or revocation shall not take effect until engineer has received a notice from contractor's representative naming this person, specifying powers, functions, and authority being delegated or revoked, and stating timings of delegation or revocation. All these persons shall be fluent in language of communication, language for communications, defined subclass 1, 4, law and language. English is a must, everybody knows that. There is Arabic, there is language, but English at two positions cannot be replaced. We'll come on to contractors' documents. Contractors' documents. Preparation and review. Contractors' documents. Contractors' documents shall comprise documents A stated in specifications, very long, that is all contract documents, long list. B required to satisfy all permits, permissions, licenses, and other regulatory approvals which are contractor's responsibility under subclause 1.13 compliance with laws. So these are different types of documents. In A, it is contract documents. This is procedural documents, legal procedural documents, legal procedure permits, authority, you can say. These are generally authorities actually. You get from law, that's permit, which is authority, permission is authority, license authority, or other approvals, regular authorities. C, described in subclass 4.42 as built records, and subclass 4.43 operation and maintenance manuals where applicable, and D, required under subparagraph A of subclause 4 in law 1.1. And then D, actually, yes, required under subparagraph A, subclass 4A, 4.1, contractors' general obligations where applicable. This, as I say, A stated in specification, this is all these contractual documents or tender documents before you enter in the contract. Then B, that is authorities, and C is document procedural on contract while you're working, this as-built records, your changes, your red lines, whatever you do on site throughout your contract. That is means there are changes whether on drawings or on specifications or on working drawings or shop drawing whatsoever, all are recorded as red lines and then incorporated onto your original drawings in form of as-built records and approved. These as-built drawings are for purpose of record and for purpose of maintenance in future. This is very important and must be available for internationally all over. And this operation and maintenance manuals, operation maintenance manuals, these are operating documents for every equipment, lift for example, escalator for example, or winch for example, or cradle for example, cleaning cradles or whatever equipment are there, vessels are there, or you say equipment, vessels, machines, or systems, whatever are there, CCTV, SCADA, or else they must submit these documents, these are operation manuals and maintenance manuals, and these are in submission form, in quality, language called dossiers. No, dossiers is a criminal one, but it is used here. That's all. And then required under subparagraphs, contractors' general obligations where applicable. So this is a kind of direction is for performance of contract. Until you do this, with all your punch list and all that snags, you cannot achieve mechanical completion on plants facilities and it's called practical completion on building facilities. And unless otherwise stated in specifications, contractors' documents shall be written in language for communication defined in subclause law and language. And contractors shall prepare all contractors' documents, and employer's personnel shall have right to inspect preparation of all these documents wherever they are being prepared. These are generally prepared on sites in engineering office. Just I'm informed, it's not written here. It's just engineering office where some technical manager or engineering manager or office engineer or whatever, because this is very delicate type of work which requires concentration and information from site from each and every aspect, from each and every one. Means you have to compile that, record changes from site technical queries, from something else. All you have to coordinate with each and every page, each and every drawing. So this is time consuming and cumbersome. You need some person who can use mind on paper, means a person who is a type of coordinator, not a person of site engineer, but office engineer status. You know that person for this job. And if you don't have, then it's impossible to do this because it will take a lot of time. You have to dig all your information. Even if you have a document controller, document control cannot give you this one. Ultimately you have to find yourself. Welcome on, let's go further. If specification of these conditions, if specifications of these conditions specify that a contractor's document is to be submitted to engineer for review, it shall be submitted accordingly, together with a notice from contractor stating that contractor's document is ready for review and that it complies with contract. I repeat again, this is procedural direction. If specification or these conditions specify that contractor's document is to be submitted to engineer for review, it shall be submitted accordingly, together with a notice from contractors stating that contractor's document is ready for review and that it complies with contract. But I understand that writer of this FIDIC part is little less experienced, but all documents of as-built nature or whatever these are submitted formally, duly recorded and submitted for permanent records. These are approved even formally. So I'm adding this information. It's not means whatever this we accept, we have to add to reach complete level of management, and that's why these people are also somewhere defective now. But what to do? There's a body. Engineer shall within 21 days after receiving contractor's document. Engineer shall within 21 days after receiving contractor's document and this notice from contractors give a notice to contractor. Now notice comes from contractor. Notice goes to contractor. One, no objection, which may include comments concerning minor matters which will not substantially affect works. Two, that contractor document fails to extent stated to comply with contract with reasons. If engineer gives no notice, if engineer gives no notice within period of 21 days, engineer shall be deemed to have given a notice of no objection to contractor's document. And after receiving a notice under subparagraph 2, contractor shall revise contractor's document and resubmit it to engineer for review in accordance with subclause, and period of 21 days for review shall be calculated from date that engineer receives it. And then as-built records 442, as-built records. If no as-built records to be prepared by contractor are stated in specifications, this subclause shall not apply. Well, this is condition. Let us go forward. Contractor shall prepare and keep up to date a complete set of as-built records of execution of works showing exact as-built locations, sizes and details of work as executed by contractor, format referring system, system of electronic storage, and other relevant detail of as-built records shall be as stated in specifications. If not stated as acceptable to engineer, these records shall be kept on site and be used exclusively for purpose of this subclause. As-built records shall be submitted to engineer for review, and works shall not be considered to be completed for purposes of taking over under subclass 10.1 taking over works and sections until engineer has given or is deemed to have given a notice of no objection under subparagraph of subclass 441 preparation and review. Number of copies of as-built records to be submitted by contractor under this subclause shall be as required under subclause 1.8 care and supply of documents, and then 443 operation and maintenance manuals. If no operation and maintenance manuals to be prepared by contractor are stated in specification, this subclause shall not apply. Contractor shall prepare and keep up to date operations and maintenance manuals in format and other relevant details as stated in this specification. Operation and maintenance manuals shall be submitted to engineer for review, and works shall not be considered to be completed for purpose of taking over under subclause 10.1 taking over works and sections until engineer has gained he has given or is deemed to have given a notice of no objection under subparagraph of subsection, which says preparation and review. And then 4.5, that is training. Training is also very important for employees. Let me see what times they use. It's also important. 53. Say if training part is also very important on many projects. If no training of employees of employer and or other identified personnel by contractor is stated in specification, this subclause shall not apply. This is normal written now. Contractor shall carry out training of employees, and or other personnel identified in specification in operation and maintenance of works and some other aspect of works to extent stated in specification. Timing of training shall be as stated in specification, and if not stated, as acceptable to employer. Contractors shall provide qualified and experienced training staff, training facilities, and all training materials as necessary and or as stated in specification. If specification specifies training which is to be carried out before taking over, work shall not be considered to be completed for purposes of taking over under subclause 10.1 taking over works and sections. Until this training has been completed in accordance with specification, contractors shall, as stated, in specification or as instruction by engineer cooperate with and allow appropriate opportunities for carrying out work by. I think there's some missing here. I don't know why. It's not how it's. Let me read part last paragraph. I think it's completed there. Yeah, I thought so. And if specification specifies training which is to be carried out before taking over, works shall not be considered to be completed for purposes of taking over under subclause 10.1. Taking over works and sections under this training has been completed in accordance with specification. But this ends here. This is dot. Okay. Next one is, I thought it's continuous. Next one is 4.6 under cooperation. Cooperation. Contractor shall, as stated in specification or as instructed by engineer, cooperate with and with all with and allow appropriate opportunities for carrying out work by employer's personnel, any other contractors employed by employer and personnel of any legally constituted public authorities and private utilities companies who may be employed in carrying out on a near site of any work not included in contract. Such appropriate opportunities may include use of contractors' equipment, temporary works, access arrangements which are responsibility of contractors and or other contractors' facilities or services on site. So is that support they want, cooperation they want. Yeah, they are starting adding like so. Okay, then contractor shall be responsible for contractor's construction activities on site and shall use all reasonable endeavors to coordinate these activities with those of other contractors to extent stated in specifications or as instructed by engineer. If contractor suffers delay and oblique or incurs cost as a result of an instruction under this subclause to extent that cooperation allowance of opportunities and coordination was unforeseeable having regard to that stated in specification, contractors shall be entitled subject to subclass 22 claims for payment and or extension of time EOT and oblique or payment of such cost plus profit. This is all normal now. In that now it's think setting out, that is 4.7. Contractor shall set out works in relation to items of reference under subclass 2.5, site data and items of reference. 4.7.1 accuracy. Contractor shall A. verify accuracy of all these items of reference before they are used for works. B. promptly deliver results of each verification to engineer. C. rectify any error in positions, labels, dimensions, or alignment of works. And D. be responsible for correct positioning of all parts of works. And 4.7.2 errors. If contractor finds an error in any items of reference, contractor shall give a notice to engineer describing it A. within period stated in contract data, if not stated 28 days. Who waits for 28 days? I write anything there. Calculated from commencement date. If item of reference are specified on drawings and or in specification. I don't know why these people write anything. 28, who can wait for 20 days? Nonsense. B. as soon as practicable after receiving items of reference if they are issued by engineer under subclass 2.5 site data item. This is okay. And obsolete clause. It should be 3 days maximum. 4.7.3 agreement of determination of rectification measures, delay and of cost. Agreement of determination of rectification measures, delay and of cost. After receiving a notice from contractor under subclass 4.7.2 errors, engineer shall proceed under subclass 3.7 agreement or determination to agree or determine A. Whether or not there is an error in items of reference. B. Whether or not taking account of cost and time an experienced contractor exercising due care would have discovered such an error. When examining site drawings and specification before submitting tender, or if items of reference are specified on drawings and or in specification and contractor's notice is given after expiry of period stated on subparagraphs A of subclause 472, and C, what measures, if any, contractor is required to take to rectify errors of and for purpose of subclass 373 time limits, dates engineer receives contractor's notice under subclass 472 errors shall be date of commencement of time limit for agreement under subclass 373. If under subparagraph B above, an experienced contractor would not have discovered error, 1. Subclause 13.3.1 variation by instruction shall apply to measure that contractor is required to take, if any, and 2. If contractor suffers delay and or incurs cost as a result of error, contractor shall be entitled, subject to subclause 20.2, claims for payment and or EOT, to extension of time and of payment of such loss cost plus profit. Then 4.8 health and safety obligation. I think we'll continue next time. These are interesting clauses, howsoever I can say. Interesting in a sense that we can learn a lot from this and we can find many errors in these conditions itself, which is not acceptable. I'll see if I can write something, pinpoint something. They are just writing, I think, blindly. Previous condition of having strong management. These people are just for purpose revision, sitting some fresh guys and they're writing anything. It looks like that. Well, I'll close now. Thank you very much, Mr. Sukulam. Good morning, welcome. Sorry, stranger Surya Prakash. Good morning, you're welcome. Ram Kumar. Okay, no problem. Whoever is there, everybody's welcome. Good morning, and I'll close it now. Take tomorrow. This is a very complicated document of FIDIC. It's missing so many things and it adding undiligence practically. Well, I do criticize that, no need. Let them do what they are doing. Meaning should be same. So close it. Wish you all the best. Thank you very much.